Good morning, everyone. I'm Kay Donaldson, director of the Alabama Bass Trail, and we are here for the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division here at beautiful Smith Lake. First of all, I want to give a huge shout out to the Chamber of Commerce of Walker County and all of their volunteers that are out here this morning helping us make this a successful event. We're going to get out on the water for blast off here just shortly. I do want to remind everyone this is the first stop. 225 teams, 450 anglers are out on the water and they are ready to blast off. So we're going to go ahead and get out to Robbie on the blast off boat. We're going to go ahead and let him get these boats blasted off and watch some fish catches. Robbie?
All right, boys and girls, welcome everybody to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. All of our boats are back in front of me behind the camera, and they're ready to take off. Had a little bit of overcast situation this morning, and again, it was about 40 degrees. It's going to be a takeoff, but things feel like it's getting cooler. The wind is blowing, but it's a great way to start off because all of these guys are ready to go out there and win their chance of $10,000 first place prize. A lot of money's on the line. The top 40 will get paid. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors that helped make this event possible. All of those sponsors, without them, we would not be able to pay out over 100%. Again, these guys are fishing for a lot of money. The best anglers from around this region, around the country here, vying for the title. Again, we started 10 years ago at Lake Guntersville. Now we're kicking off our first event of this 10th year, the Alabama Bass Trail, presented by Phoenix Boats. So again, 2 guys on a boat, 225 boats, and we'll crown one champion later on this afternoon at 3 o'clock. So these guys are ready to take off. We're going to kick things off like we normally do, ladies and gentlemen, with the playing of our national anthem. So if you would, please rise. Take your hats off and pay tribute to all of our soldiers here in the U.S. and around the world.
And then I went over the edge, and when I went over the edge, I started flopping. So I hit the brake, and when I hit the brake.
When we go back to shore, I'll try and get it sorted. Boys and girls, Valley Sports Southeast, April 16th and April 23rd. You can watch yourself. We'll be checking you out on the water here in just a bit. We'll see the first flight check in at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Again, Valley Sports Southeast, April 16th and April 23rd. Guys, don't go blowing by us, but again, start working your way this way if you're in flight number 1, and we'll see everybody this afternoon. So let's turn it on to my right. Boat number 1, you are free to go. James Demas and Eric Fuller, you are free to go. Boat number 2, Paul Bork and Travis Hedden, you are free to release. Again, good luck, guys. We will stop after every 25 boats and wait for that flight to clear. Gary Sutta and Doug Young, you are free to release. Boat number 4, Eugene Hall and Patrick Hall, you are free to go. Working our way through boat number 5, Chuck Stevens and Dale Stevens. Again, first flight checks in at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Boat number 6, Brett Crow and Derek Ribbets. A new team together on the Alabama Bass Trail. interested to see what they come up with. Boat number 7, Mike Young and Mel Kennedy, you were free to go. Evan Cooper, Mason Cooper. Boat number 8, boat number 9, Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. Boat 10, Ethan Franklin, Hunter McCarty, you are free to release. Boat 11, Chris Swindle and Paul Ernest, free to go. Boat 12, Ben Lakey, Jordan McGehee. Boat 13, Jamie Starnes, Ricky Fowler. Boat number 14, Colton Blake and Greg Blake again. These guys vying for that $10,000 first place prize. You can come out here and join us at the dam here at Smith Lake. Boat 15, John Burt and Daryl Lester. Fisher Anaya, Ryan Anaya, father-son combo, boat number 16. Boat number 17, Billy Terrell, Justin Anglin. Boat 18, Michael Hood and Randy Wiggins, one to Wheeler Lake. Will they win here at Smith Lake? Boat number 19, Stephen McAvoy, Josh Butts, the 2022 ABT champions. Boat number 20, Shane Mears, James Mears. The only one we're missing is Rick Mears. He can speed up there. Robert Arrett and Mike Russell, boat number 21. And there are several new teams out here this year. Some of the guys didn't fish with their old partners from last year. They had to re-sign up. They don't get automatic bids. Some made it, some didn't. Clifton Bates, Daniel Heidegger. Boat number 23, Danny Hurd, Fisher Hurd with him. Boat number 24, Jonathan Skinner and Timothy Keith. And the final boat of this flight, boat number 25, Jake Robertson, Caleb Swaim. Again, say your boat number as you make your way by so I know who is which boat. Again, guys, if you can yell your boat number to me, I would really appreciate it. What number are you? 26. 26, you're ready. Let's go. Boat number 26, Walker Brown, Sloan Pennington, free to release. Moving on to flight number 2. Boat number 27, Scott Castleberry, Aiden Castleberry. Good luck to the traveling Castleberries. Boat number 28, Charlie Craycraft and Ben Miller. It's Miller time. Greg Jones, Jeremiah Sparks. Speaking of that, had our Bush representative out last night. I know Josh Bush was happy to see that. Jim Barnett, Scott Russell at boat number 30, boat number 31. You're free to go. Lee Bolt, Tony Blackwell. Boat 32, Andy Chappell, Mason Chappell. Joey Walters and Buddy McKinnon at boat number 33. The 34 boat, Trey Swindle and Daniel Smith. Good luck, T-Ray. Yeah, Daniel. Boat 35, Casey Vaughn, Peyton Ross, you're free to go. Boat number 36, Randy Hobbs, Zach Jones. Boat 37, Charles Murphy, Tim Burns, you're free to release. 38, Chad Hall, Ryan Hall. Those Halls are tough to beat. Boat 39, Brian Dowdy, Kyle Llewellyn, free to go. Boat 40, Tim Trockenbrock and Brian Travis. Boat 41, Brian Shook, Thomas Shelton, free to go. Boat 42, Gary Thacker and Carter Woodall. The 43 boat, James Myers and Mark Waits. The 44 boat, Preston Henson and Adam Lynn, you are free to go. You call out your boat numbers, helps me out. Also helps John and Daniel. Where are we at? I lost my number. Now we're on 45. Roger Stiegel, John Swartz. Boat 46, Jeff Higginbotham, Eddie Higginbotham. Boat number 47, Greg Rollins, Troy Rollins, you're good to go. 48 is Brian Johnson, Brandon Gross. We got boat 49, Eric Morris, Big E, and Randy Tolbert, 49. 50 boat, the final boat of this flight, John Brown, Trey Sorrells, you are good to go. Wait for them to clear for that flight, and we will move on to our next. Boat 51, we're good to go. Chris Britton, Eric Springer. 52, Delano Green Jr. Good luck, fellas. 53, Craig Childers, Nikki Taylor. 54, Wesley Marshall and Tanner Godsey. Vote 55, Jason Holloway and Jeremy Barnett. Vote 56, Michael Briggs and Cody Kodra. Vote 57, Briar Chambers and Tyler Pendergrass. Vote 58, Adam Gilliland and Leslie Jones, free to release. Jonathan Weathers and Tim Partridge. In the 59-60 vote is Brandon Blackwood and Clint Blackwood. You try and read out, or try and call out your names. I see some goggles on. I see some well-prepared folks. It's cold. The Family Jewels in vote number 61, Eddie Jules, Shane Jewell, a.k.a. the Family Jewels. Good luck, guys. I see you over there. Vote 62, Jason Wisenot, Wayne Wisenot. Back with us once again. Good to see you. Lake Gunnersville winners, Jerry Hartline, Robin Vaughn, ready to do it here in Smith Lake. Vote number 63. Vote 64, Chase Rampy, Jarrett Floyd. Good luck, Cousin Floyd. Vote 65, Bod Croxton and Mark Compton. Vote 66, Nathaniel Bates, Nick Weldon. You are good to go. 67, Adam Cochran, Rockford Robinson. Vote 68, Joel Mayfield, Tally Mayfield, free to release. 69, Lanny Guthrie, Chuck Hinton, good to go. Vote 70, Brett Harrell, Tyler Smart. Vote 71, Drew Hicks and Wesley Webster. Again, call out your vote numbers. Help me out. Don't just listen to me talking about them. Don Hill and Jeff Langston in the 72. 73, Herbert Dodd and Mike Duke. Seems like we're calling out a lot of votes. That's because there are a lot of votes. 225 taken off this morning. We'll see if Phil and Bailey Dukes, the Dukes of Smith Lake, can do well today. 77, Keith Hester, Scotty Butler. Followed by Steve Smith and Ryan Smith in the 78. Tony Keefe and Brian Gregory in the 79 vote. Vote number 80, Michael Woolley, Joe Woolley. Vote number 81, Jeff Seabolt, David Seabolt. You're free to release. Followed by Duck Gregory and Dexton Gregory in the 82. Vote number 83, Chris Blackwood, Larry Melvin. 84 vote, John Bryan, Mason Bryan. Another father-son combo. Good luck, guys, out there in the 84. 85, Harold Wells, squared and triple. Got two Harold Wells. Tom Taylor, Russ Reynolds in the 86 vote. Vote number 87, Benji Seymour and Jonathan Seymour. There you go, guys. Thank you. Vote number 88, Sam Long, Jason Atkins. You are free to go. Thank you, guys. Vote number 89, Donnie Beck, Tony Harvey. Appreciate everybody coming up here nice and smooth, making it nice and easy. Again, a lot of votes, 225 in the Alabama Bass Trail, presented by Phoenix Boats, whether you're in the north or the south. Donnie Beck, Tony Harvey, followed by Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts in the 90 vote. All-time standards of the ABT. Riley Johnson, Ryan Haney in the 91 vote. 92, Chad Wilson and Hunter Wilson. Pretty Phoenix boat there with the gray and green. Looking good. Got them goggles on. Clint Hutcherson and Drew Naylor in the 93. Thank you, guys. See over there in that white Phoenix boat. 94 boat, Packy Lawrence and Jeremy Holden. 95, Shane Horton, Brandon Horton. The 95 boat, we're not even halfway through this. 95 boat, Horton and Horton. Shane and Brandon. 96, Colby Harrison, David Self. Mitch Mitchell, Cameron McCullum, the Whites Lakes winner. 4 wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. They have been bringing on the ABT. 98, Wendell Edgill, Daniel Edgill. Vote number 99, Keith Van, Jeremy Jones. And for the guys back in the truck, vote number 100, Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris. We've already had one ABT 100 of the year. We're kicking off our first Alabama Bass Trail Series event. Let's bring on the 101, Mike Dutton and Lee Humphreys. You are free to go. Good luck, guys. 102, Frank Daniel and Brandon Daniel. You're free to release. The 103, Will Lynn, Donna Lynn, ABT regulars. A couple of Lees, but we got Lee Hayes and Ricky Lee in the 104. 105, Tom McLemore, Dean Nelson. You are free to go. The 106, Lucas Wright, Donald Wright. Team Terry back again. Boat number 107, Terry Pryor and Terry Mann. The 108 of Robert Wright and Chris Hawkins free to release. The 109, Justin Durden, Matt Thomas. 110 is Blake Heiss and Jonathan Collins, the Neely Henry winners in that 110 boat, trying to win an extra $10,000 this year. We'll also have the leader for the Alabama Bass Trail, whoever is the points leader for the year. We'll set that tone today as well. Mark McKay, Tim Hurst, they've done it before. They've been ABT champions. They've been ABT winners before. Looking to get those entry fees paid for next year. Shot at maybe making the Bassmaster Classic. 112 boat, Jeff Edmondson, Chris Yoakum, free to go. The 113, Drake Luter and Kendall Phillips. We're at the halfway point. Jeff Edmondson and Chris Yoakum, free to go in the 112. Let's bring 113, Drake Luter and Kendall Phillips. The 114, Derek Coughlin and Jeff Couvalon, back with us in 2023. Downtown Adam Brown and Greg Diggs, good to go in the 115. Again, identify yourself so I know what boat is which. 115 is called. 116, Tim Baker and Dylan Richardson in the 116. Again, don't just wave. Yell me your number. That way I can hear you. 117, Michael Brannon, Alan Stevens, good to go. The 118 is Mike Fitzpatrick, Gary Fitzpatrick. 119, Chris Reynolds and Nathan Reynolds, you are free to go. Again, you can watch this event. You're watching it live for those of you at home right now, but you can watch it on Valley Sports Southeast, April 16th and 23rd. But 118, good to go, Mike Fitzpatrick and Gary Fitzpatrick. The 119 will be Chris Reynolds and Nathan Reynolds. Lee Gray and Ethan Flack in the 120 boat. Jake Bice and Michael Smith in the 121. 122, Craig Grubbs and Matt Ferguson. Followed by Ryan Adcock and Jonathan Marsh. You are free to go. Boat 124, Shannon Thomas, Shane Kent, you are good to go. In the final boat of this flight, Sydney Pointer and Michael Pointer. You are good to go. Wait for 125 to clear. Where you at, 125? Where you at, 125? See how easy? If you're before 125, you can go. You got it. You good. We're going to let these guys go because I didn't ever hear the 125. There you are. See, I didn't hear you. They're on that backside. Let's bring on 126. You're good. John Hearn, Brian Martin, you are free to release. Come on up here. Thank you, guys. 127, Betty Stahl, Linda Sands. Good luck, ladies. Enjoy your day out in the water this toasty day in February. They're in 127. To 128, Danny Long and Kevin Fallon. Boat 129, Jonathan Vinson, Chris Thomas, you are good to go. The 130, Landon Rich and Josh Leininger. 131, Dylan Tucker, Greg Tucker. Mother Tucker's at home watching. 132, Justin Lane, Luke Mason, you're free to go. 133, Clint Johnson, Scott Loggins, good to go. Followed by the 134, Terry McCord and Timothy Byers. Again, I'd like to welcome all of our new entrants this year to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. Had a little bit of cloud cover this morning, but still taking off relatively on time. You get over 8 hours of fishing at minimum. 135 boat, Dwayne Swindle and Ethan Swindle, good to go. The 136 of Tim Griffin and David Ayers. Winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. 137, Mark Scott and Jonah Hale. 138, David Haraway and John David. 140 of Lee Brown and L.J. Brown in the 139. 140 boat will be Will Sheliak and Chris Cardiff. Reno 141, Sean Camp and Craig Say in that boat. The 142, Brett Webster and Randy Goad. 143, Bradley Jones and Brooks Goza, good to go. 144, Matt Langley and Danny Davenport. Bobby Sharber and Jared, is it Geiske? I'll have to ask him that in person. Geiske, Geiske. 146, Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese. The 147, Wayne Boyd and Billy Brindle. Justin Buckles and Chad Jones in the 148, followed by the 149 of Mark Cook and Mason Smith. And I want to find out who the 150 is. Roger Riddle, Norman, is it Ligon? 150, where you at? Where's my 150 boat? Wait for that 150 to clear. Some of these guys brought helmets. I do not blame you. I'd have one. Wait for that 150 to clear. Roger Riddle, Norman Ligon. Let's bring on the 151. Will Darby, John Greenwood, you are free to go. Thank you, guys. 152, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. 153 boat, Jeff Cannon, Marty Colley. 154, John Kellett and Zeke Gossett. I tried using his official name, Jonathan, instead of just the solid John. Gary Phelps and Jerry Bell in the 155 boat. The 156, Sean Lawley and Davey Lawley. You are good to go. 157, Skylar Aldridge and Rutger Heights. All right now, I'll do it. 158, Dennis Miller and Anthony Gay. As you can tell, we've got some characters on the ABT. 159, David Kyle and Scott Callahan. 160 boat, Zach Taylor and Josh Austin. And if it seems like a lot of boats, it is a lot of boats. And we do it 10 times or more. 161, Anthony Vincent and William Phillips in the 161. 162, Kane Sinclair, Hunter Gibson. Good luck. Good luck, Kate, Hunter. Billy Adcock, Darian Kyle in the 163. 164, Chet Cleland, Adam Willingham. 2022 Anglers of the Year, Russell Sims and Jordan Wiggins. Good luck, ladies. 166, Eric Swinford and Bradley Nolan. And I know that I'm going to get beat up by Team Wiggins and Sams if they calling them ladies, but I'm just having fun with them. Brad Ammer and Charles Watson, 167. 168, Luke Kyle, Arch Cornett. Winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Ashley Peebles, Anthony Wiley in the 169. 170, Matthew Fincher, Jacob Kimbrough. 171, again, identify yourself so I know what boat number you are. The 171, Alan Hayes, Danny Bishop. I hear you. Thank you. 172, Will Carter Jr., Matt Carter. You are free to go, followed by Tim Thornberry and Tyler Thornberry. I have to ask if it's Thornberry or Thornberry. 174 is Christopher Rocket and Trey Doust. Another name I had to get used to. And the last boat of this flight, Andy Cobb and Joe Giovingo. Good luck, gentlemen. The last boat of this flight, 175, where you at? 175's over there. We're waiting for them to clear out. Let's bring on the 176, Lance Whitaker, Jeremy Briscoe. Good to go, fellas. 177, Chris Webb, Ricky Campbell. Good to go. I'm looking over at the boat launch. There is nobody in there. Everybody's in the waters. Everybody taking off, hopefully on time. Ascosia, Danny Pettis, the boat number 178. ABT regulars. Good luck, guys. Danny Phillips, Cody Brannon, the 179. We still got the 180 just behind them. Jeremy Sanders, Kelly Treese. 181, Nathan Harbison, Charlie Harbison. 182, Lee Hurley and Chris Myers. Followed by the 183, Alan Barrett and Tyler Caldwell. Corey McMullen, Chris Duckett in the 184 boat. You are free to go. followed by the 185 of Jay Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. Boat number 186, you are free to go. Ron Cameron, Stephen Wood. 188, Clay, I'm going to give it a shot. Remoulade. It's either Remol or Remoulade. Remoulade, did I get it? I can't believe I got it. We might have a Cajun in our midst. Remoulade. Phil Harrell and Clint Gilbertson in the 188. I'm stoked. I got a new name right the first time. 189, Jamie Chapman and Elliot Galt. Lincoln O'Neill and John Kelly in the 190. Followed by Danny Shell, Anthony Land. Good luck, gentlemen. Been doing this a while with us. We're glad to have you once again. Roy Morgan and Larry Freeman in the 192. Again, yep, that's right. Morgan Freeman in the 192. That means we bring it on to 193. Craig Daniel, Jackie Flack. Craig's going to bring the Daniel. Jackie's going to bring the Flack attack. Jaron Ware and Shane Amerson in the 194. The 195, Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert. Good luck. Corey Alexander and Bobby Irvin. David Banks and Bert Oliver in the 197. But 198, Harry Payton and Harry Payton. Boat number 199, Lance Walker, Cole Walker. You are free to release. Identify yourself. I'm looking for boat number 200, Roland Liverett and George Liverett. Where are you at? Boat 200. We still got 25 boats to go. Let's go 201. 201, Josh Chappell, Paul Davis. Always wants to look forward to the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat 202, Kent Keys, David Campbell. Free to release, followed by Adam Bain and Chris Colley. Boat 204, Lisa Johnson and Abby Andrade, followed by the 205 of Casey Walker, Zach Lemon. Am I gonna be tossing to Kay? Boat 206, Andy Kilgore and Daniel Law. The 207, Kyle Kuykendall and Adam Stuckey. Boat 208, Brandon Staggs and Rodney Long. Followed by the 209 of Terry Tucker and Jeremy Green. 210, Tracy Robinson, Dustin Robinson. You're good to go. 211, David Willis, Tyler Cocker, the Smith Lake winners last year, ready to go back to back here at Smith Lake. 212, Wesley McCullough, Brandon Arnett, Smith Lake winners. The 213, Waylon Mullis, Jeff Fansler. 214, Brandon Briggs, Barry Hubbard. The 215, Alan McCoy and Tim McCoy. 216 is Sam Moody and Ray Battles Jr. The 217 of Dylan Merritt and Lindsey Merritt. You're good to go. Followed by the 218 of Jake Gibson and Michael Gibson. 219, Cole Wade and Donnie Wade. The 220 of Jake Hughes, Steve Jocks and Shane Tyree. The 221, Jacob Davis and Chris Wages, followed by the triple dubs of Bob Power and Ryan Trammell. Is it the Power Hour? The 223 of Jamie Smith and Michael Making It Rains. Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin in the 224. And then boat number 225, Britt Perry and Chris Hargrove. Boys and girls, the final boats are taking off. 225 take off now. The first flight checks in at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We hope you can be a part of it here on the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. Kay, it's chilly in here. I'm going to send it to you back in the studio where I know it's always toasty. And I'm going to get out there on the water and find some fishing anglers.
Thank you, Robbie. I'm Kay Donaldson, Director of the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series, and we are in the Alabama Bass Trail live studio here on the banks of beautiful Smith Lake. I do want to talk to you just a little bit about the weather conditions that are today and what we've been facing as we've leading into this tournament. As always with the Alabama Bass Trail, you can expect the weather to turn off either extremely hot or extremely cold, and that's what we're facing here today. We've had a week leading around the 60s, mid 60s, and today we're at 40. We're also looking at increasing chances of rain throughout the day at 100% chance about the time we start weighing at 3 o'clock. Water temperatures are around 50 degrees right now, and that's a significant jump over the past week. Again, we've had 65 to 70 degree days leading up to this event. Currently, the lake is at 500.6. 510 is full pool, so it is still down quite a bit at winter pool, so the guys are going to have a little less bank to be fishing, and this is typically the time that the fish will be heading to the bank. I do want to talk to you a little bit about the teams that have registered. 225 teams, 450 anglers registered for this event back in August, and we have teams from 11 states: Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, North Carolina, and Arkansas. So we have teams represented from all over the Southeast and Midwest. Teams are teams that you might want to watch today. Certainly Jordan Wiggins and Wesley Sams, a team that's been very successful here, not only in the Alabama Bass Trail, but in many other tournaments, as well as a new team to the Alabama Bass Trail, Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert. I think we have a camera following them this morning. We'll try to get on them first thing. Also, the team that won our first championship here, Craig Daniels and Jackie Flack. They went out a little earlier in the field. We'll hopefully catch up with them as well. Our 2022 Alabama Bass Trail champions, Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. They are a team that we have a camera on as well today. And also your 2022 champions here at Smith Lake, and what could arguably be the worst conditions we've ever fished in. Last year we had about 2 inches of snow on the ground, and it blew through about 11 o'clock that day. That would be Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. They took home over $18,000 for their win that day. The guys competing for a $10,000 first prize today, as well as an over $47,000 payday throughout 40th place today. We have a new contingency with Phoenix Boats. It's the Phoenix Boats payday. It's a $2,500 bonus to the highest finisher, as well as the $500 Garmin highest finisher, $1,000 to the AmFirst Credit Union highest finisher, and another new bonus that we have this year is Black Rifle Coffee for their coffee club. So $500 will go to the highest finishing coffee club member. Lots of bonus money out on up for grabs today. Blastoff took off around 6:30. The first flight's due in at 3 today, with the last flight being due in at 5 o'clock. I do want to remind you that this particular tournament will air on Bally Sports Southeast on April the 16th and on April the 23rd. All right, guys, we've got the boats are out running. They're looking for teams to cover. We're going to go to a short commercial break, and then we'll be back right here at beautiful Smith Lake. Thank you for tuning in to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Luz, by Garmin, Wadawi Marine, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, Our salespeople fish. Our suppliers fish. Our mold builders fish. Our owners fish. And our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by AmFirst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
All right, guys, we are back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio here on the banks of beautiful Smith Lake. As our guys are running to cover boats, I wanted to give you a little bit of an idea, if you're new to the Alabama Bass Trail, what you can expect today. We're going to be bringing you about 4 hours of live coverage from Smith Lake. We're going to try to cover as many boats as possible. You'll hear our guys pull up, ask them their boat number. They'll identify those anglers. We'll sit back, watch them fish a little bit. We can entertain your questions. If you'd like to post them in the comments section, we'll be happy to pose those to the anglers. Hopefully, we'll be able to show you lots of fish catches today. These guys are competing for not only $10,000, but for very valuable points to go toward the points race for Angler of the Year and a chance to get to go to our no entry fee $100,000 championship later on in October at Weiss Lake. So there's a lot up for grabs today. There's a lot of bragging rights. And in the Alabama Bass Trail, different from some other trails, you are dealing with the best anglers on each lake we go to. These are not guys who jackpot tournaments. They're not just getting in this tournament because it's Smith Lake. These guys sign up to fish all 5 of them. So it is a very competitive trail. We had, like I said, we sold out in 18 minutes back in August, 6 months before they make a first cast. We sold out. We have 86 teams on the waiting list for this particular division. So if you have questions and comments, one of the most things that we have asked is when can we register for next year? That won't be until August the 15th. So what we want you to do is sit back. Hopefully you've got your Black Rifle coffee this morning, or maybe you chose to go with a cold coffee this morning, or maybe even a Mountain Dew. So a little early for the Busch Light, but I'm sure we'll get around to that later on this afternoon. We talked a little bit about some of the teams that you're going to want to watch. But guys, we have 70 new teams in this division this year that we know nothing about. So that means we could have a brand new winner here on the Alabama Bass Trail. Last year, I think 4 out of the 5 events saw new winners. And all of those guys are back this year. So it's going to be a real interesting tournament. You've got people who've won Toyota Series championships. Brent Crow, he went out very early this morning. We do have a tracker on him. We'll be watching him. Lolly and Lolly, these guys have fished with us almost every year, and they're from this area. You would consider this one of their home lakes. A team that I want to pay attention to is boat number 16, Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya. Fisher fished with his high school friend last year as a high school team. This year, yeah, he's a high school kid, but he's going in he didn't sign up as a high school team. He's just a regular team out there fighting it out with his dad. He made the championship. His dad didn't make the championship last year. So they're fishing together. I think that's going to be a real fun team to watch. So I think that's going to be a real fun team to watch. I'm just going to kind of sift through here and see some other guys that you may want to pay attention to that we're familiar with. Again, there's 70 new teams here that we don't know a lot about, but we're looking forward to getting to know. Delton Gregory, Dexton Gregory, again, long-term time fishing with us. We'll be watching them. Benji Seaborn, Jonathan Seaborn, we do have a camera on them as well. So hopefully we'll be able to bring lots of action out on Smith Lake. This lake is 21,000 acres, just about 35 miles long, and it has 642 miles of shoreline. So there is a lot of lake, even though we're still 10 feet below summer pool, there's a lot of lake for these guys to investigate. It'd be interesting to see what lures they're using. Again, 40 degrees outside. We do have quite a bit of wind today, expecting 5 to 10 mile an hour winds with gusts up to 20 miles an hour today. Rain coming in throughout the day with a 100% chance at 3 o'clock when we start weigh-in. So we have one camera that is up on the water. We've got other cameras that are currently traveling. Hopefully we can get out to Jason in just a little bit and see who he's following. And find out, if anybody has anything in the box already. I was told by several people last night at our meeting that they expected a very quick bite, and in the first 2 hours was where we would see the most action this morning. So we're going to try to get our guys out on the water. We will be out there till at least 10:30. If things are great, we'll try to stay on a little bit longer, but we will be with you till 10:30 for sure. But I do know Jason is on a team. We're going to let him get settled just a little bit, and then we'll go out to him. Again, if you have questions or you want to pose a question to the anglers, please make sure that you post those in the comments section. If you're watching us on YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We also have Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series on Facebook, as well as alabamabasstrail.org. You can always catch us live on those 3 avenues. We do still have Jason is on someone. Kenneth has just pulled up to a team, so we will be able to go out to the water soon. I do want to remind you, weigh-in starts at 3 o'clock today. We are at Smith Lake Dam, so if you're coming out to the weigh-in today, please bring your lawn chairs. There are no bleachers here, so make sure that you bring your lawn chairs. Bring your umbrellas. It is expected to rain, so please make sure that you bring your umbrellas as well. So I am trying to check cameras to make sure if we are up, and we'll get out on the water and let you guys take a look. All right, Jason, I know that you're on a team. Let us know who you're with and if they have anything in the box.
All right, Miss Kay, we just pulled around the corner here, took a right coming out of the landing. We're pulling up on our first team. I know we need to get somebody on TV, so we made a quick stop, and here we are. We'll find out who they are in just a second. Tell me what it is. All right, here we are, the Academy Sports first cast of the day. Guys, what's your boat number? 61? 81. I got boat number 81, Jeff Seabolt and David Seabolt. Guys, got any in the box yet?
No, we just got started.
Just getting started. What's the game plan this morning?
It's rough. All the boats still coming by.
Yeah.
We had to wait on it to calm down a little bit. We kind of sat around the corner and then come
Yeah.
down.
How'd y'all do in practice?
We done good.
How many y'all catch?
The limit.
Caught a limit pretty quick. Morning bite gonna be a big deal this morning?
We had a limit all over 15 in practice.
Wow, that's good, guys.
But we just getting started. We probably ain't made many casts.
Yeah, well, we're gonna slide back here and just watch and hopefully catch a couple here real quick.
We caught some good ones here
2 weeks ago?
We didn't fish this yesterday. We was kind of waiting.
So we're on boat number 81 again. Jeff Seabolt and David Seabolt said that they caught a limit pretty quick in practice. A couple weeks ago they caught a bunch of fish here. They didn't fish any of this yesterday. They pulled in this morning kind of around the corner, let all the boats kind of go by and let the lake kind of calm back down, and they're going to fish here for a little bit, hopefully catch a limit. This is your Academy Sports first cast of the day. So we kind of had a warming trend over this week, and all of a sudden it turns cold again. I think we've already kind of talked about the weather a little bit, but looking for some rain later on this day. The guys are definitely trying to catch quick in the morning. Rumor has the bite's been really good for the first 2 hours. So you're going to see a lot of guys really try to go to their main stuff really quick and hopefully catch something quick. We've had a 50-degree days all week, clear skies, sunny, beautiful, and here we go. Now it's gotten colder again and overcast. But you know, Smith Lake likes cold weather. These fish do not mind having some cold weather and making it rain, doing all that. These fish don't mind that at all. So. Big change from when we were here last year. Everything was iced up and froze over. Once again, we're on Jeff Seabolt and David Seabolt. Kind of fishing a rock bank here. Smith Lake is a spotted bass lake. It's going to be hard today to win with all spots. Probably going to have to go catch some largemouth. But definitely guys want to get a limit of spots pretty quick this morning while they're active. All right, I think we're going to bring Robbie into the 2 box here. I think Robbie is on Wesley Slams and Jordan Wiggins, if I'm not mistaken, Robbie.
Well, I normally would get up there fairly tight to him, and it looks like Wesley might have just set the hook on something. But no, he got working with a little backlash or something there. But normally I would go up there and see what they're doing, but as I pulled into this particular pocket and I saw them up there near these docks, they're fishing in the middle. So this is a situation where I just don't go up there, in there, because I'd be coming into his area and I do not want to mess with the fish. I did ask them how many they had. They have 2 fish for about 4.5 pounds. So the early morning bite is working. I said, what kind of bait are you throwing? What style? And he said, it's something down on the bottom. So if I could see it, I would tell you. I can't see it, and he's really not going to want to tell me right now. So again, they're fishing on the bottom, or that's what they caught the fish with. It looks like they had a bite just a second ago, and they've got about 4.5 pounds with 2 fish for Wiggins and Sams. So Jason, what style are your guys doing right now? I mean, what are you looking at?
So my guys are kind of running the bank here. Chunk rock bank. We're started on a point with a landing on it, and then we just kind of moved down a little bit. They said they caught a limit here pretty quick in practice. You guys fishing a ditch? What's the game plan over there?
Yeah, I'm doing a ditch, and Jordan just told me to stay over here near the bank. So if you're bank beating, we're doing the exact opposite. And he was make sure and telling me to point, hey, stay out of that ditch. And you know, I mean, all ditches are not created equal. So that tells me he's going to maybe work his way back out towards the main portion a little bit more. But it's funny. It shows you how you can approach things different ways. If you got guys that are wanting to work off the bank and one guys that are wanting to stay off the bank and try and get some of these fish that are submerged down there in that ditch.
Yeah, I think you'll see guys mixing it up today. Some guys kind of running the bank like our guys here are. It's a known pattern here that guys are going to fish ditches today. Fish them deep to shallow and shallow to deep. Just got to find where the fish are today. This cold weather, you know, may make them bite a little better.
And, you know, oftentimes, Jason, I want to point out, we like to thank these anglers for, you know, again, they're obligated to have cameras on the boat and us following them, but we always try and stay out of their way. But for the most part, like these guys and the guys I'm sure you're covering, they don't mind us being there as long as we're not in that fishing zone. So we do our best to stay out of their way in case the people at home are watching, man, they're on all their good stuff. No, we don't do that on purpose. We stay away from it.
Yeah, we're not picking up fishing rods today and going after these guys. So it's the same thing as we're not going to get on top of their spot and push them off of it or, you know, affect them in fishing anyway. And these guys have been around us enough now, and we've been around them enough. And they kind of tell us, hey, I'm trying to fish right here. If you'll move over here, I'd love some TV time.
I'm doing the sneaky approach right now, coming into the bank side and going to get next to this dock. I think I got deep enough water I can get all the way up there. Maybe we'll get a little look. I do see an open face reel on front. Go figure, Wiggins with an open face. And in the back it looks the same too.
You said they had 2 in the box?
Wesley. Yeah, they had 2 for about 4.5 pounds. And it looks like they're going right in the heart of this ditch. Again, I don't have electronics on, but you know this is probably the deepest part of this little pocket. And they're not all the way back at the very end. They're kind of in the middle of it, in the meat of it, of a fairly skinny pocket. For those of you who've been watching the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats throughout the years, you know this team. I mean, they're the 2022 Anglers of the Year. Whenever you come to Smith Lake, these are the guys that you look for, Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. And having to find them early. And they're doing what they enjoy doing. I mean, I'm seeing the soft approach. Jordan's up front. Looks like he's looking around. Wesley's sitting just behind him, both up on the front deck pointing, so it's a directional cast. Looks like Jordan's trying to identify and find that juice. Wesley just a little wiggle of the rod tip. Was that a miss earlier, or did you get hung up a second? So, yeah, he did have a swing and a miss. He did have a swing and a miss a little earlier ago. I told you it might have had a little backlash, and that's because when he was going to set that hook. Trolling motor just shut off. Electrical issues with the trolling motor. They're kind of freewheeling just a little bit. Has it got power to it at all? So not what you want for the first event of the year. And, yeah, and they're getting power to the trolling motor, but they have lost actual drive of the trolling motor. And as Jordan just said, I didn't want to have to get out the toolbox this early in the program. First day, first event of the year. I mean, of course, first day. They're only one-day events, but mechanical struggles. So they're probably going to have to get that sorted. I mean, you can't big motor it in these type of things. And I'm kind of stuck here. For those of you at home, I don't really want to cruise over the spot that they were just casting over. And I can't really get you any more shots. I could stay up. I'm gonna test my boating abilities over here too, and stay close to this dock and get some of the coverage for the television show. Remind everybody, I know I said it earlier, the Valley Sports Southeast, April 16th and April 23rd. Wesley's still trying to get some casts in. That's the other thing, too, is because you can't make a cast if you tie onto something to work on it. So while he's still floating, Wesley doing all he can. And he can actually set that down there and he'd be grounded, and that necessarily I don't think would be a thing, because it'd be like having an anchor out. But it's unfortunately a tough start to the 2023 season for Wiggins and Sams. If you need me to pull you back or whatever, I can too. Mechanical assistance, I think, would be the only thing I could do if they were stuck. I don't even think I could do that either. And here's one of the fun things, too. He can't tell you to get out of the boat and push him, Wesley, but it...
It's off. You have no power. We got power.
So reset it? Well, that's a bonus. So it looks like they are going to get the fish after all. All right, so let everybody know. Getting to this point, what you've been doing, how'd you catch the two? Swim bait.
Swim bait on the bottom and a worm.
Just a straight ditch right through here through the middle. Is there a juice spot? Because it looked like you were trying to stay in one area. Felt that coming. I didn't want to do it. So Jason, we did get the word from Jordan and Wes. They said they were throwing a swim bait in this ditch down there on the bottom, really low. So your guys are on the bank. We see somebody at the very mouth through their boat. Our camera might be able to get it. Somebody's out on the main lake side of it. Not one to come in here, but yeah, our ditch dwellers are slowly rolling a little swim bait in this ditch.
Yeah, I guess they're kind of targeting the fish just sitting right on the bottom, probably.
Yeah. We've got 3 boats out on the water. Me, Jason, now Kenny on board. So is he talking or no? Hey, your poles are down. Yeah.
We are at boat 195. And, we're on the second spot. First spot they pulled into, we didn't have signal, so we couldn't go live. This is actually their second spot. It's Kenneth, not Kenny. So this is Shannon and Roman Calvert. These guys are from this area, fish Smith Lake a lot, have a lot of success. Probably for the last 3 weeks straight, these guys have pretty much been winning any tournament they enter. So BFL a couple of weeks ago, there's tournaments here at least every Saturday, if not every Saturday and Sunday. These guys consistently do well. So far from what I've seen this morning, it looks like they've truly trying to pick up a limited spot. The first area they were in is a real tight spot. It looked like a specific brush pile that they were fishing over. He caught one short fish, got hung up in the brush pile, didn't stay very long. This is their second spot, but you can see they're kind of off out in the middle of this little creek and just roaming around. I'm sure they're looking at their live scope, looking for these fish. Looks like they're slow rolling swim baits, maybe like a Demiki rig type bait. I'm trying to give them a lot of space because I know that these schools of fish can be anywhere out here. They kind of roam around. Actually, they're chasing the blueback herring. So they're not necessarily relating to cover or contour lines, but it's wherever the bait goes is where they go. Hooked up.
He hooked up.
Can't tell how big this fish is.
Mm-hmm.
See it pretty good. Let's keep it dry now. Net. Big keeper number 1. Okay. Boat 195. Shannon and Roman Calvert. So we see different culling methods as we watch these guys in every tournament, and these guys apparently use the method of weighing them when they catch them, put them in the live well. That way when they catch their 6th fish, he can check a scale, he knows which one he needs to cull. Sometimes these guys will just keep catching fish and they don't worry about it till they've already got 5 and they catch that 6th fish and they try to figure it out. Sometimes they use a balance beam. There's different methods they use. It's just always curious to see how these teams are doing it. Like I said, these guys are obviously going to weigh their fish first and keep track of what they have, and then makes it pretty easy to make that call. Team tournaments like this, efficiency is the key. You'll notice the better teams are always very efficient in what they do, whether it's their casting, how they do their culling, the way they run their the different areas that they want to fish during the day. They really have to have a game plan and lay it out well and be as efficient as they can throughout the day. See his head down now. He's looking at his live sonar. He's trying to find the schools. He must have seen one right there under the boat.
You seeing much on there? But you're just seeing individuals? Where at? Gotcha. Lose my communication with the truck, but I believe y'all can hear me. So I asked if they saw anything down there, and they saw a few. There's a school of fish over off of that point. They say they could see them. They're still staying there, but he said it's hard to find these little individuals fish. And you could see the bait now that he was using, little bitty swim bait. And he's casting over at that point where he is seeing on his graph those schools. Now you're seeing on the back graph, you're just seeing a lake map.
they're looking at the side imaging and what have you up at the front. Saw a fish bust out in front of the boat, straight out in front just a second ago. Wesley just saw it and pointed it out.
Hooked up.
Well, we get a little time too, and Kenneth, you could play on this because I know you fish tournaments all the time, and it looks like you might have a fish on.
Yeah, it's a short. Yeah, these guys are using live sonar and watching these fish and pitching down there to them. He's caught one pretty good keeper and just had the short.
One thing I was wanting to point out, I was getting to it now. So that one fish that was busted on the top, they're actually hauling over to it. So they may actually be able to see stuff on the water, or maybe there's another school. But one thing I wanted to talk about is they're in a pocket. This is Jordan and Wesley, and they told me when we were off camera a second ago, they said they were in here sitting down in the area in this ditch, and he said there's a courtesy thing involved, and I don't know what boat it was, but somebody ran in here on plane looking to basically sit down right where they were, still fishing. Generally, you don't do that. Usually people will be pretty courteous, but he's like, I had to have a little discussion this morning, and he's not about that. These are two of the quietest guys you'll ever see, but when you have guys in the back of a pocket sitting and somebody comes running up to you on plane, not very good. And that's how their day started. They've already had electrical issues with the trolling motor, and just a tough day so far, but they still have 2 fish for about 4.5 pounds, though. We'll try and get a little closer, and they're not worried about this ditch as much, but they obviously found another. Go ahead and get on the other side of me. I'm going to get close to this bank that we came in on, but they obviously see another school or something out there closer to the main lake side. Oftentimes you get locked into stuff, Kenneth. You get locked into, oh, they're down in this ditch, I need to do this, I need to do that. But these fish move around, and they move around in the column too sometimes. So don't be stuck on what worked yesterday, because today could be a little bit different.
Especially these spotted bass schools with the blueback herring, they don't necessarily relate to any cover or contour line. It's all about where that bait is, and they go wherever the bait is. And that bait's known to just kind of roam around in the middle of the lake.
Our guys are getting ready to pack up and head out, and they're going to move to their next spot. So we're going to get ready and look for our next set of anglers and find out if they've done anything. So, Kenneth, I think it's going to be you solo for a little bit unless Jason could find something. So, again, Sam's and Wiggins, 2 fish for about 4.5 pounds, a decent start, but we knew how hot it was going to be at the start. They wanted to have a little bit quicker start for them.
So I've talked a little bit about the blueback herring. Blueback herring is kind of unique in the fact that they can actually live in salt water and live in fresh water. And I guess because of that, they have a tendency of, roaming out in open water, kind of what you would expect to see, saltwater fish do. And this lake has had the herring in now for several years, and it's made a really big difference, especially with the spotted bass. But there's regular shad in here as well. It's not the only bait that's in here, but it's something special to them. When the herring are around, that's what they really key on, and it's helped the growth of the spotted bass. This lake is much better now than what it was 6 to 10 years ago. we know the spotted bass that are in this lake are genetically built to grow to large sizes. The big spotted bass that have been caught out in California were actually transplanted from this lake. So we know genetically they're built to grow large sizes. And we see throughout the year guys catching 6 and 7 pounders. And the live sonar, forward-facing sonar, is really key in finding these fish now, because they do roam so much. That's really about the only way to target them anymore. Without that, you kind of have to guess where they are and make random casts. But I didn't get all that. Well, this is the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. It's the first event for the North Division and for this year. And the Alabama Bass Trail, you got the North Division, South Division. These are team tournaments. So it's 225 boats. Looks like we're hooked up again. I'll get back to that in a moment. This is more important, watching him catch fish. He's kind of taking his time with it. Maybe another pretty good one. These spotted bass, you can usually tell after you first set the hook if it's a better fish or not. You'll kind of get a good head shake out of them. I think that's going to be keeper number 2. Another hook set. So this is Shannon and Roman Calvert. I don't know which one's which, or too bundled up to tell the difference between the two from this distance. All right, I think that's going to be another keeper. So that should be keeper number 3 for these guys. So like we saw before, he's going to pull the scale out and go ahead and weigh these fish as he puts them in the live well. Like I said earlier, and this is a team event. These 2 guys are fishing, together. It doesn't matter which one catches the fish. Whatever they catch in the boat counts towards the whole boat. So they're going to weigh this fish, put it in a live well. They know exactly what it weighs. The scale that he has will keep track of these weights, and when he catches that 6 fish, then it'll tell him which one is their smallest fish, and it makes the cull process much easier. See, while he's doing that, his partner's back out there not wasting any time trying to catch another fish. There he's weighing the other fish, because they caught 2 fish together. He had not had a chance to weigh the first fish before the second hooked up again. I think there's a smaller fish here. This might not even be a keeper. Putting that on the measuring board to see. That was not a keeper. So Smith Lake has a slot limit. So the slot is anything between 13 and 15 inches you have to let go. So we count fish that are 15 or over, or 12 to 13. So back to what I was saying before they started catching these fish, Alabama Bass Trail, it is a team format. So there's 225 boats that fish North Division, 225 boats that fish South Division. And basically the way it works is you have to enter all 5 tournaments in a division in order to get in. You have to pay for them up front. That process happens, it actually happened, back last year. There's a certain date that Kay has set up for that entry process, and these divisions sell out real quick. I think it may have been the South that may have sold out in 7 minutes, but it happens really quick. So if you're watching live and this is something you'd like to do next year, make sure you know when that date is, and that morning you got to be on your phone ready to call, or on your computer ready to dial in and get your registration in really quick. Now, the anglers that fish the tournament, if they fish with their same partner, they actually have an opportunity to enter these tournaments early. So that's a lot of it. A lot of these guys fish year after year after year, so there's not a lot of open slots outside of that. So that's part of what makes it so hard to get in these tournaments. Guys that get in, they keep coming back year after year.
Boat 224, Tomlin and Tomlin. Got Team Tomlin here. I saw one release a little under just a second ago. What are you doing so far? Here you got one fish in the boat. So the single fish, is it a good one? 2 pound fish. Decent start. Did you just have a miss just a second ago? So you just now came to this spot and you got one hit, one miss. I mean, it's good to see the activity. Been getting many bites today?
We've got 3 or 4 fish today. Just one decent size.
Had 3 or 4 fish today. In case you can't quite pick it up, we'll try and get our shotgun to work. What happened to our shotgun? We had it on there earlier.
It's on. It's under that cover you put on.
Oh, well, yeah, we need to take that cover off maybe. You gonna be doing a lot of hopping around today, you think?
Gonna be a lot of
Yeah.
They're kind of spread out. If you land on them, you can catch a lot of them at one time. In practice, we stop and catch 15 in some spots if there's no tide.
What are you looking for specifically? I mean, is it all ditches aren't created equal?
Well, you got to have the structure in them. It can't just be a straight, just bare ditch. It's got to have brush. It's got to have, it's got to have all the parts. That's why some's better than others.
Spotted bass, the one your keeper?
Yeah, the majority of the time, that's what you catch out of the ditches.
Yep.
The largemouth, they'll be in the back. Just not the numbers of those. What you hope for is to get a good limit early.
You looking at a graph? You seeing a lot of bait moving in and out?
There's not much bait in this one. Yesterday there was a lot of bait in some of them, but
Might have to switch sides.
the bait's still pretty deep. Some of the fish are still 35, 40 foot deep, so and that's where the majority of the bait is.
Get ready to rotate. How did practice go?
We caught some decent ones in practice. We caught a lot of numbers. Catch a lot of fish when, like I said, some ditches we get in and catch 15. But there's a lot of boats in ditches, so you don't get all the ditches with fish in practice.
Bait selection look like a little swim bait then. What are you throwing now?
That's a Med rig. Downsize a little bit. See.
I know Kay can't tell because she's in that warm studio, but it's a little chilly this morning, a little breezy. But y'all got out of that wind. I mean, it's calm here. It actually feels decent with it being so cold.
I think it's some sunshine. The wind's going to be the factor all day.
Are y'all going to try and stay out of that wind? I mean, to not even deal with it, or just there we go.
Another little.
Excellent release.
That's how you take them off right there.
Nibbling at it for a bit, it looked like, right?
Yeah. A lot of them in the last couple of days have just had a hold of the end of it.
Now, what are you looking for slot-wise? I mean, I know, 13 to 15, right?
Yeah, 13 to 15. You'll catch a lot of these 16-inch ones right here. They're plentiful. We're hoping we don't have any of those at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're looking for everything on the plus side, right?
We're looking for 2 3/4 and above.
What'd that one weigh?
That one weighed 190.
Okay, it's almost a 2-pounder. 2 fish now for right around, 4?
Right around 4 pounds.
And you got activity. Again, that's 3 catches, 3 strikes. Oh! Is that what I thought just happened? Double up, baby. Who's the net man in this situation?
Neither one of these. Neither one of those.
Oh, okay. Hey, was that really what I saw? That was you picking it up from it sitting, wasn't it?
Yeah, just sitting there. It just sat out there.
Yeah. So for those, remember that was the net man. He let the bait just stay in the water. You soaked it for a bit, right? Just had it sitting there soaking. When you went to pick it up, there was a fish there ready to take it. That's awesome.
If you watch them on live scope, that's what they do.
Yeah.
They just congregate around the bait and wait on the moment.
Hey, this tells you a lot, though. I mean, you don't necessarily want a fast-moving bait. Now, you may catch one like that, but, I mean, if you slow down, that shows you that's what they were looking for.
A lot of times on the swim bait, we're catching on the swim bait, you're just barely moving.
You're
Sometimes it's just dragging on bottom. So.
Yeah, that's the hard part. And people a lot of times will want to burn it, and just think they need it moving, but they don't. They need it creeping.
Barely moving is good sometimes.
Hey, I got my first double up on 2023 already. Good job, guy. Getting boat 224, Greg Tomlin, Jeremy Tomlin, the traveling Tomlins. Want to start off the Angler of the Year campaign. Looking for everything over 2.5 pounds. Did you have a target weight? Now you said you caught quite a few good, caught a few fish this week. Do you have a target weight?
We want to get to 14.
If we can get to 14, then we'll go try to catch some big largemouth.
Okay.
And that'll be the key.
So 14
I think the winner's going to have a big largemouth.
Okay.
And they may win it with spots, but there was a 21-pound bag yesterday in a solo tournament.
What was it?
Largemouth.
What was it?
There's a 21-pound bag yesterday caught in the solo tournament down here.
Okay.
So
all largemouth. He had one big spot. So.
And that was a little tournament. There's some quality anglers you're fishing against today in this week.
Yes. The guy that caught him, though, was a friend of his.
Yeah.
He's a quality angler.
No, there's plenty, but I'm just saying you got a lot of numbers of those guys.
Right.
Yeah, there's more numbers.
But he don't
today.
have to deal with how many boats is on the water today. That's the big difference. Sometimes they're deep.
Fish, I know you've been out here every day. What you been seeing? And you don't even go to school. You don't even go to school anymore, do you? I mean, I know. It's virtual. It's virtual right now too, isn't it? Yeah. Tell me where to be. I'll stay out of the way. I know, right?
I've got a couple better schools found than this, but I just don't want to get to them too early.
I don't hear Jason if he's talking.
We're on the team of Ryan Anaya and Fisher Anaya, struggling to get cell service.
Got it. Jason, you and I are on just about opposite ends of the lake here. What's the water clarity where you are?
Oh, it's beautiful here. Clear. We're deep, 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 deep. Let's just say it that way.
Yep.
I'm sitting over 101 foot of water right now. So we'll update you here. I'm on the team of Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya, father-son team. They said they kind of were on some schools bigger than the school that they're on right now, but they were waiting for those fish to get woke up. They said that they kind of bite a little bit better just a little bit later into the day. They stopped on a couple drains coming back here today. The drains were kind of dry, so they decided they would come and make this spot here. Hadn't planned on stopping here, but they did. They got one pretty good sized spot already in the box, ready to cull out later, but they're trying to get a limit of spots right now. As you see, if you're watching at home, they cast on both sides of the boat, behind the boat, front of the boat. They're really using their live scope to kind of scan around and find these schools, casting right towards that active fish.
Boat 27, Scott Castleberry, Aiden Castleberry. A couple fish in the box. I hear about 5 pounds. That's a good start to your day.
Yes, sir.
How'd y'all catch them?
Shaky head. Shaky head in the ditches. Fishing structure out here. Luckily, I got him in the boat. He's caught them all.
You show them how to get it done, right?
Yes, sir. Got to wade through all these slots, though.
You like throwing a shaky head?
Yes, sir.
You like whatever's working, right?
That's right.
Again, boat 27 for about 5 pounds. That's doing about right. 2.5 pound average. You get 5 of those. Maybe change it up a bit. Now, I saw you along the bank here. Now it looks like you're doing out there in the moor. You're looking for structure in some of these ditches, huh?
Looking for structure. Out off these points, out in the ditches in the middle. And then running the banks with a crankbait after this.
Okay, so going to cranking as well. You don't mind being net man today, though, right?
Not at all. Being able to do this with him.
First year as a team on ABC?
Yes, sir. I fished it a few years ago. Then once he started getting into it, we had to come back.
I'm glad to have you.
Is that the total catch today is 2, or you have some shorts or
I had
or slots?
2 other shorts, 2 slots.
What's that?
If this don't pan out too much more, we're about to make a longer run.
Well, you were talking about it being cold before. You make a long run, you're really going to be cold, right? You got to.
The next stop's the state park, so about 18 miles.
Yeah.
It also don't help that your hat flew off there and blasted off.
That's all right. This ain't a hat kind of day. With it being this cold, I'd have had a helmet or a face shield or something. I wouldn't even been thinking hat.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Hey, it's your first AVT event. I mean, you'll have your hat on lockdown come next time. Jason, you caught up with another pair. I'm with the, this time I'm with the Traveling Castleberries. They got a couple of fish in there. Who do you have?
I got Ryan and Fisher Anaya.
Oh, gotcha. So 2 father-son combos. That's awesome.
Yes, sir. Just caught one short. Ryan just caught one he's going to keep. I think that puts us 2 fish in the box at this point. We got another fish
Same
on.
with our guys too. So, oh, and another one on for you. So, our father-son combo is doing all right. And is that the Kodak disc I hear you shooting with as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jack of all trades, master of none.
Somebody with a big, who caught it, Fisher or Ryan?
The guy Fisher got one, put it in the box. Gonna put it on the scale, see what we got. It's a nice one. Got a little flurry here. They said when we pulled up on them, there was here we go catching them.
Already seen, I think, Aiden caught, the 2 fish on their boat. So it seems like the sons are putting it to the dads today.
Yeah. Well, now, Ryan caught one as well, but the son definitely caught the bigger one here, Fisher.
So if he's saying that's his pile, that tells me you were here in practice?
Yep. It's the other way around yesterday. He's catching them all.
Son actually is trying to peek out for the very first time today. It's been cold. It's been low 40s.
most of the morning. These guys are talking about if they don't get something, they're going to make a move to the state park. And I mean, it's 10, 15 miles or so away, and that's a decision, because one thing is it's going to be really cold, and it's going to be probably cold coming back, but that whole time you're running, you're not fishing as well. So you really got to make a long run like that. You got to really think long and hard about it. They're in a pocket. We saw the Tomlins leave just a moment ago. We got a single angler that looks to be an ABT guy. They've got an identifiable marker, and another pair is moving in over kind of where the Tomlins area they were at a minute ago. They looks like they're actually heading out of this pocket. Smith Lake has a pocket or two, or 200 or 2,000. Their weapon of choice had been a shaggy head. Switched to the red crankbait just a second ago, didn't get a bite on it, but you can tell confident in that shaky head. Down on the bottom, hopping off the structure that's down in these little pockets down in the bottom is what they were looking for, but also hitting some of these points as well. Oh, swing and a miss. And you see that one boat had to make its way out of this area. And I know I was talking about with Wiggins and Sam's earlier how, you know, I was talking courtesy and the one when they're in a pocket still fishing in the back of it and somebody comes running up on plane. You see even a boat that was going by slowly what it can do. That's why he was so upset this morning. Like, why would you do that? and that's not typical, but it happened today. We get another camera up. I got another boat that's about 150 yards from me. You might want to go see who. It's an individual angler. And there were some solo teams, although you can have an alternate. I think you can only pick one alternate through the season. Well, let's take a little commercial break here for just a bit. It's the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail for 2023. We're at Smith Lake, the North Division kickoff. We've seen some fish catches this morning. We've seen double ups this morning. Hopefully we'll have more when we return here to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats.
Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Orton, Hank Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin live scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
All right, here we are back at the Alabama Bass Trail North Division from Smith Lake, presented by Phoenix Boats. We are on Ryan Anaya and Fisher Anaya, fishing out here over about 100 foot of water right now, out here in the middle of a creek way up on the, if you've been to Smith Lake, it's going to be the right side, so not going to give away their specific spot, but we made a long run up here. These guys are kind of using their live scope, running around, targeting these fish. They have had a couple fish catches right before the commercial break. Fisher did put one in the box. It was a pretty nice one. And we have been pretty busy this morning hopping around. You've seen Kenneth on a team catching some fish. You've seen Robbie on a team catching some fish. Now you've seen on us a team catching fish. So it's been a good morning this morning so far. Got an overcast right now still. Temps are still pretty chilly. We've had a really warm week. And now we wake up this morning to a nice cold morning. Ryan had said that he was waiting for these fish just to wake up a little bit. They had fished some drains that were kind of dry, so they decided to come out here to these fish that they were kind of waiting on. This wasn't a particular spot that they were going to stop on, so they were going to start here, just wait for them to wake up a little bit, and then go to the other fish that seemed to get better a little bit later in the morning. So as you see, both of them have their heads down, looking at that live scope. They're not going to make a cast till they see fish.
Yeah, Jason, I've got a solo angler. Mr. Ed Gill says his son not able to make this one, but I mean, he's going to be back, you know, for the other ones, hopefully, right? I mean, he'll be good, but not getting much action today. You said had a couple of, you shook off.
A couple shook off, and
They're coming in, moving in and out. You see them on the Garmin. It just they're not as active as they was earlier this week.
Yeah, boat number 98. It would typically be Wendell and Daniel Edgill. And I literally went all the way up almost to the banking and go, hey, if you've got your Garmin on, you're going to see a wad of fish down there. You've been seeing them all morning, huh?
That's correct, yeah.
Well, I didn't have my Garmin on, so I was trying to be nice for you, but you should have told me, man. I got right on the stuff.
Yeah. Then I got hung up, yeah. That's all good.
It's all good. So what have you been throwing today to entice them?
Shake your head and the jig.
Okay. And when you say there's a wad of them, how many are you looking at?
Bait fish, wide, big, half as big as this boat, probably 12, 14 in there feeding with them. They're just sort of making some big circles coming in and around, in and around.
And you say there's 14 pounds sitting right here on this spot.
I know there's 14 pounds here. If we can just get them back in the boat again today.
So practice was that good?
Yeah. But the weather was a lot better.
Hey, this is better than last year.
Oh, yes, ain't it? Did you hear me when I told you I was the one that got dumped out on the boat ramp this morning?
What happened there?
Somebody panicked. It's all right, though. It's all good. It didn't hurt nothing. 20 guys come over and picked it up, put it back on the trailer.
So Mr. Edgill's the one that, if you haven't heard, rumor was this morning when I pulled up that somebody's boat fell off the trailer. We had a little panic moment, but he said it was all good, and a bunch of the Good Old Boy Network paid off, came up, lifted the boat, and put it back on.
That's right.
That's good. Hey, it happens. Accidents happen.
Yeah, we're going to give it about another hour. If we don't catch something here, then we going on.
Now what do you do an hour from now if you don't have anything? Where do you go? What do you change up?
Going north. Going up north. Do the same thing. Shake a jig.
Well, we just put another one in the box. Ryan caught one pretty quick. As you can see an instant replay there, Ryan just caught that one and put it in the box pretty quick.
So we're still here on photo of Roman and Shannon Calvert. This is their third stop. We've decided to stick with these guys longer than sometimes we typically do. It's boat number 195. But these guys have been fishing really well the last several weeks, and we really expect them to continue that trend. So we really plan to stick with them a little bit longer than we typically would. We know that the other 2 cameras have gotten on multiple teams, so makes it a little bit easier for us to make that decision here. I know we like to show a lot of variety, but at the same time, I don't want to miss an opportunity. These guys have 3 pretty good fish in the boat already. I don't think this is going to be their only technique. At some point in the day, I really think they're going to change their technique a little bit. And if we can stick with them long enough, we may get an idea of what that is. But they're still using the live sonar, trying to find these fish scattered around, and keeping his head down, looking around, and throwing to specific areas when they see these. Several other boats in here as well. The other places they've been, there hadn't been any other boats. There's several boats in this creek. So Jason, I heard the Anayas were catching some fish. How many do they have total in the live well now?
I think they have 4 total in the live well. They have caught 3 and put them in the box since we've been here. They've caught 2 short ones as well.
Yeah, the Calverts are still stuck on three fish.
What size are their fish, Kenneth?
I was a little ways away because they were really kind of fishing in a broad area. I didn't want to get too close, but they were good, solid, 2.5 plus.
That's a good deal. Sounds like it's windy over there where you are.
It is. I'm in a creek, and the wind's kind of blowing right through the creek. He's spotting something on live sonar right now.
And got him in the net. But that's going to be 5. Miss Kay said, watch out for this team earlier this morning. So she sent me a text and said, go find them. So we made our run to come find them, and here we are. That's why they weigh so much. They got all that muscle swimming around. Talking about the housing on the bank over there. You know, it's a lake house. It is may not be the nicest, but they live at the lake.
It'll be on you. Give me a little longer to get ready on that. Letting you know on a 1 to 10 scale, I only hear you at about a 1. Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum. Going to find out what they've got. I went over to them just a second ago. They're boat number 97. They won the Weiss Lake event last year. I think 4 times winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Hunting around, they're working that graph. I'm going to get into their tail race here just a second and see what they're doing, because they're definitely eyeballing something. And both of them up on the front. You may have to swing to my left side because I'm going to stay on the... We'll find out what they have in the boat. Again, just pulled up to them on the other side of the lake. We're kind of out here in the open. This would be, I guess, you know, as Smith Lake goes, this would be considered the main lake. They're boat number 97. See one lure in the water, shaky head or something. You can see that point on their graph back there, but we don't see what they're seeing on the side. It looks like we're going to have some vertical stuff. All right, you see what you're looking for? You got what you're looking for?
Hi.
What do you have? Do you have anything in the boat today?
We got 3 2-pounders and a 3-pounder.
3 2-pounders and a 3-pounder. So that's getting it done. That's what 6 plus 5 is, or 6 plus 3 is 9. Not good with math, but they're 1 fish shy of their limit. And you can see they are trying to dial in on an exact spot, not fan casting or guessing. They are going for something specific. The wind is blowing into us right here, so they really probably wouldn't be able to hear me unless I yelled, and I don't want to necessarily do that. But I know they are throwing directionally, so I'm going to get all the way up to the back of his boat. When you see a sharp turn like that, that means they're chasing. A lot of fish probably moving, not just hunkered down on one piece of structure. Let my producer and everybody else know I cannot hear squawk hardly. Maybe I can hear better now. Looks like y'all are chasing ghosts right now. I can hear.
They're everywhere.
What, how'd you catch the earlier ones? These fish are moving around though, huh?
It's too clear out here. They don't stay still for long.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Smith Lake known for that clear water. We were at our first stop, the ABT 100. We were joking around when we were on Wadowee. A lot of people compared it to here, and it was just like that, except not as clear. Sorry about not giving you the best shot with our cameraman, but it's hard to work through here. But these guys are just 1 fish shy of their limit. 3-pounder. I'd love to have 5.3 at least. Trying to drop it right at them. Kenneth, we've when we pulled up to Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum, They're out here, you know, trying to chase these fish. We've seen it oftentimes on the graph, and they're moving around pretty good. What are your guys doing? Are they doing more fixed stuff, or are they chasing as well?
Has it? You got any live well? Okay.
That really went the way we wanted it to.
Right. So I'm assuming you had a better practice time.
Yeah.
What's that?
We thought by now we'd be pretty good. It hasn't worked out yet.
Right. This is boat 88, Sam Long, Jason Atkins. Got one little fish in the boat so far. It said it's a lot tougher than what they expected, and their practice period was a lot better than today is going.
Hey, you wouldn't be the first time I've had somebody catch one of those.
Okay.
The bad part's when it's sight fishing.
Move here.
I can't remember where I was, but I had one move under my boat in a classic and casted right, literally right. He's like, "Don't move anywhere."
I remember that.
Those of you who didn't see what just happened, they literally cast right at the trolling motor. That's where the fish that were moving around, they went to. And I try and stay away, but you just don't know where these fish are going. And I was talking about times I've had people catch them literally right underneath my boat. We try and stay out of the way, and that's nothing you can do about that. But there's been times where I've had the big motor, and they don't mind me leaving because the big motor will actually stir up some of those bait fish and fire them up. So oftentimes people go, man, those cameramen are in the way or doing whatever. There's been times when the camera boat has actually helped the angler catch fish, accidentally, of course, when they fired up their big motor and went to pull away through the bait fish. I'll tell you this, it's pretty chilly out here, and I know I'm not on camera, but I've got my Black Rifle coffee, first sip of the morning. Woo! Delicious. All right. Here, if we got it ready, I gotta look at this. I don't know what CAF stands for, but it's cold. Delicious. Oh, it's so good. Thank you, Black Rifle Coffee. They just go, are they going to me? I'm just sitting still. But so there's the case. It would be great if he catches it right underneath, because again, this is the time I don't hit the trolling motor, I don't do anything. The fish are going to go where they're going to go, and he sees them, and they just happen to be underneath me right now. You want me to stay here? I can stay. If you need me to get out of the way, I'll...
No, you're good.
And you see that he cast it all the way 100% to the gunnel of the boat. And there's a case of fishing by the electronics. They see them, looking for it. And you can even see when a fish will turn towards the bait. And then these guys have won many times on the Alabama Bass Trail. 4 wins in the ABT, most recently last year's Weiss Lake event. They're making turns towards it. Everything you've been throwing been really small, really finessey.
Yeah. Maybe we caught one on Jake's head, 2 on
Shaky head, fish, Mickey rig.
I think I'll sit here and follow you all day.
And we've already had a double up on somebody we're covering, so there's no excuses for y'all.
Where were they at?
So y'all been staying more main lake-ish instead of in the pockets? Yeah.
Again, different approaches. I mean, get some of these deeper fish. Stay out here on some of the more main lake points instead of the pockets and in the bottoms. I mean, because same type of fish. They could be down in the deeper part of those pockets, or they could be in the shallower parts of this main lake stuff. Depth is here. I mean, I say shallow, and it could still be 50, 70 feet. That's one thing that this lake has is some depth. Get back into their tail race, and if they don't have something, I'll go find another pair. I have to swing around me. You can definitely tell the wind here in the out on the main lake. Definitely, you can definitely feel it in those pockets. It felt kind of reasonable. All right, we've got plenty of guys catching fish out there today. Who can catch the biggest? What will the biggest 5 fish weigh? We've got weigh-in starting just after 3 o'clock over here near the dam at Lewis Smith. I think it's Lewis Smith Lake. No, it's Smith Lake. We're in Alabama, just outside of Jasper. Stick with us on the Alabama Bass Trail, presented by Phoenix Boats.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Busch Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Luz, by Garmin, Wadawi Marine, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Here we are with the boat 94 with Packy Lawrence and Jeremy Holden. Just pulled up on him and he catches a keeper. I'm assuming it's a keeper. Looks like he's measuring it. See if he keeps it or throws it back. No, he says it was too short. How many you got in your live well now? All slot fish. So there's that slot coming into play again. They have to be over 15 or under 13 in order to keep. And These guys have been in this area the whole time we've been in this creek. Just now been able to get to them, but they're kind of working in and out over that lower cut there.
Just as I was pulling up to Damian Willis and Tyler Cocker, we see a boat about 100 yards. Looks like they went back to back with 2 fish. One they netted, one looks to be a small. But again, off in the distance, we were pulling up to boat 211, Damian Willis and Tyler Cocker, the Smith Lake winners from last year. Looks like a moving bait. I'm guessing it's a jerk bait or something we got going here with these guys with the 2 fish just caught in front of them, so this is an active pocket. Got to figure out what they're doing and who that is here in just a minute. But pull up here to these guys. Again, the 211. Willis and Kiker. People are going to be looking at you. You won this event last year. The weather conditions, it's cold, but it's not near as cold as last year. What do you have today so far?
4 smalls.
4 smalls. What did it take to win last year?
40-mile-an-hour wind and a little dirtier water.
40-mile-an-hour wind. I don't want to see 40-mile-an-hour wind again.
I don't either.
Let me switch over to here. All right, so
I'm cranking and it's just too clear, not windy enough for me to be able to catch the crank today.
and were you jerking just then? I didn't ever see the bait. I just saw the action. Well, you know the pocket's active when I pull up to talk to you guys, and we see these guys double up just in front of us here.
They were schooling between us a minute ago.
Really? Woo, just hit the spotlight. Don't want that to happen. So about 25 fish you're watching on that, just trying to get them to fire up. So did you catch any of this group yet or no? So there's actually another boat up in there too, but yeah, they saw a school about 25 and they're looking on the graph. We can't quite see their electronic, and we don't want to turn ours on. But 3 boats now in this pocket. You've been doing all pocket-based stuff so far? Just like we saw Mitchell and McCullum, both guys looking at the graph, just trying to chase these fish. Water depths, different stuff, but it's still the same thought. They're trying to see these fish in a school, chasing this bait, moving around, and throwing their bait in there or just on the outside to try and imitate it. Hoping these guys get something here with us close. If not, we're going to go over there also with these 2 other boats and find out who they are and how they're doing.
Blake Heiss and Jonathan Collins. Jonathan just caught one. Gonna be an under, it looks like, but gonna go ahead and go put it in the box for this point. Boat number 110, Jonathan Collins and Blake Heiss. Trying to get my cameraman a little bit of better angle here.
Well, I had to find out who that boat was that we saw catch the double at distance. Boat number 11, Chris Swindle, Paul Ernest. That's the way to get it started. I pull up into a pocket, I see you catching fish. Those aren't your only fish, were they? Hey, we've got the first limit of the day that we've been able to see, so that's good. So how much do your 5 weigh? 11? Great start, though, right?
That's correct. That's right. Something to build off of.
All right, one of those kept, right? The other one didn't there at the...
No, I culled.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
What have y'all been doing today? What caught those first 5?
We've been catching stuff on a Ned rig and a jig.
Ned rig and a jig. You chasing bait? Chasing these fish?
Chasing here.
Moving around a bunch, you stay in the same pockets and just sticking with those?
Just moving around, easing around, trying to stay with the bait.
Who's caught more, you or him?
Big man.
Hey, it's team tournament. You'll net all day, right?
I'll be a net man.
Makes it better, though, when they're condensed in a pocket like this and you're just moving around a little bit instead of those expanses dealing with that wind.
Yeah, that's right.
Has it been pretty busy in here as far as...
It started out real busy, then we had it to ourselves for about an hour, and then a couple of us come in.
Try and stay over here.
Fishing's off.
These fish been moving around a bunch or no?
Yeah, they're moving. They're not staying put. They're having to dodge boats.
I don't think they're worried about it too bad. Practice go well for you guys?
We caught a lot of fish. We just can't catch no size. You know, what, about 12 pounds or something. That's what we can do.
Yeah, and you're not far from that now. All spotted bass?
No.
Okay. So there are largemouth mixed in there, so I mean there's your chance of catching that big one, right?
That's right.
I mean not saying that there aren't big spots in here, but
yeah, you're gonna have to have a big largemouth, I think. It's gonna be a mixed bag.
will it be the right size? Go from no to maybe need a net. Hey,
Well, I said it might be the right size. I mean, that looks like a pretty decent one right there. I think it's going to help you.
Yes, sir.
And for all those pundits that say that, you know, cameramen are bad luck, they're just wrong.
You might want to stay with us all day. Give us this kind of look. How'd you like that lightning speed right there getting that nail?
Oh, well, hey, you went, I said, is it the right size? He said no. And then all of a sudden I saw the panic with you going there. That was some swift movement. You're not used to netting. Hey, we got it. We're going to get to see that on replay. We're going to have to put it in super slow-mo because you were so fast. Yeah. You like Al Bundy? How many touchdowns did you score that day? Hey, they're watching you with that catch right now. What did it feel like? Did it hammer it or did it
just swim off?
Just swim off with it.
Not aggressive bite at all.
That's all right. I saw you load up, and it didn't seem like it was a decent size one, but that proved us wrong.
They're real lethargic. They don't have a lot of Y'all talk a lot of people today?
7 or 8.
Slow for everybody?
What's that?
Been slow for everybody so far?
Fair. I mean, you got a limit, so you can't tell me slow.
You're right.
In boat number 11, Chris Swindle, Paul Ernest with an early limit on the day. I've got 9:23. They've been calling a couple of times now, so we're on air for another couple of hours here on the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. And guys are catching them. They thought the morning bite would be good. We've heard some anglers talk about how they were wanting it to, you know, a little later in the day. There are plenty of fish here in Smith Lake.
Okay.
And we're covering 3 different sets of anglers right now. Kenneth's with somebody, Jason's with somebody, and I'm with somebody.
Okay. Here with boat 169, Ashley Peebles, Anthony Wiley. Just pulled up on them. Says that do not have any keepers in live well yet. They've caught several slot fish. He did say 169. He did say that
dude,
that their better bite has been later in the day, so he's not too worried about it. These guys are kind of fishing around this point here that comes off the bank, but you see he's got his head down, scanning around. Like we're seeing a lot of today, these guys are looking for these schools that are kind of roaming off the bank. That these fish don't necessarily relate to points and structure all the time. They roam around with this bait. You know, I don't know. Have you been in this general area all day long? How many different places do you think you'll hit today? How many different places do you think you'll hit today? All right.
Boat 126, you know, that boat that I saw deep in that pocket, I had to find out what they were doing because we've got 2 limits at the boats around them. Guys, I hate, you probably heard that, but John Hearn and Brian Martin, no fish so far, really?
No fish.
Are you getting bites?
We've had 1 bite so far.
1 bite so far. What are you throwing? Looks like moving baits though, right? Are you seeing fish on the graph? Are you chasing them around? Because I see you moving a little bit. Yeah, can't get them to turn on. Yeah, sometimes you just have those days. And the thing is, too, when you're not getting those bites, it makes you want to speed up to try and entice one, and that might be not, you know, necessarily the right thing to do. Yeah. He was complimenting you on your golf game. You know, if we could just, you know, get a couple of pars, you know, then the birdies will come.
We're still here with Ashley Peoples and Anthony Wiley. Still fishing real slow off this point here. No keepers in the live well. They said they've caught several slot fish. Asked him how many different places he'd fished today. He said they'd probably hit about 20 different places. May run a tank of gas out by the time he gets to the end of the day.
Kenneth, I see you stumbled upon some locals from our hometown.
Yeah, you know, it's funny when that happens, we end up having a conversation about kids and different stuff. But yeah, known Ashley for several years now, right there in our neck of the woods, and they're struggling a little bit today. Said they've caught some flat fish, but don't have any keepers in the live well yet. Doesn't seem to be too worried though. He did say his better bite has been
out on the water. I don't know if it's where he's located or if his phone's just not picking up. But he is with boat 169, Ashley Peebles and Anthony Wiley. They are reporting no fish in the boat at this time.
We are still on Blake Heiss and Jonathan Collins. We did see a fish catch earlier. It was a short, which would be an under that slot limit. They did put it in the box, so not necessarily a good sign that they have to put those in the box at this point. So Blake and Jonathan won a ABT North event last year at Neely Henry, and just a couple weeks ago they finished in third place in the ABT 100 down at Wadowee. So these guys are doing pretty well lately. Looks like they're putting on a life vest, maybe going to make a move here in just a second. They're just kind of fishing these little small pockets. These guys are going to make a move.
All right, we saw the guys in front of you get their limit a second ago, and or help their limit. You finally got yours. It looked like you had a little move back here. Did that help you out a bit?
2.25, man.
2.25. That's all right. Boat 211, Damian Willis, Tyler Cocker, the Smithwick Lake winners last year. What'd that one come on? Crank. Okay. Changed it up a bit. It's always good to have that limit in the boat, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. We got one under I'd like to get rid of.
One on the under 13 inches that they'd like to get rid of.
A couple overs we need to get rid of too.
Small overs. I'd rather have a small over than a big under, probably. But it's always good. I mean, 9:30 and you got your limits. I mean, where do you think that puts you at now? Yeah.
Not much.
About 9 or so. So it's a small limit, but it's a limit. I mean, you've done this before. You've won this before. It's hard to leave fish that are biting, but you know you need to upgrade. What are your thoughts? I mean, what goes through your mind at this point? Because now you at least do have that limit.
Kind of makes me want to get out in that wind and try to catch a big one in a little bit. It's not as bad as last year. You can stand up in the boat while you're talking to us this time.
Oh, man, last year, the snow, I mean, I couldn't even work the trolling motor because I had my big boots on.
We were worried about you falling in.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You think you were. I was worried about me falling in. And you weren't far from here, really. I mean, were you?
4 or 5 miles.
Yeah, relatively close, but out there in that wind. Oop, I'll stay back. So if you do make that move out there in that wind, that main body stuff, it's going to be another chasing game, though, too, won't it? I mean,
probably. I'd love to catch them cranking. I'm not sure if we can or not. I didn't think we could until we just caught that one.
Yeah. Shallow, like a 1.5 or something? What were you using then?
Kind of a 6 or 7 foot full flat bait.
7 foot deep.
It was up shallower than I thought.
Yeah, shallower than mid-range.
He threw it up on the bank and caught that.
Yeah. Well, we saw you up here. And we saw the mad dash to make sure you got it in the boat. Yeah, those mid-range crankbaits, see guys working down at the bottom in some of these ditches. These guys have been chasing some of these fish that have been moving around in circles. The boat that's about 45, 50 yards in front of them. They've caught 2 or 3 fish doing the same thing. And Damien and Tyler, I mean, they know how to get it done. They won here last year. Conditions were different. It was 30, 40 mile an hour winds, snow pouring down from takeoff. Although it's cold today, it's nothing like last year. Sure like to go back to back. Just got their limit about 10 minutes ago. But a small limit, 1 under, 4 overs. And that under over is 13 to 15 inch slot limit. Can't keep anything in between that 13 to 15 inch range. Okay, was talking about the money payout, and it takes $10,000 is going to go to somebody winning no matter what. But you won more than that last year, didn't you?
We did.
What did it total up to? So around 17, 18, wasn't it?
I think it was 18 or 19.
Yeah. $18,000, pretty good for a single day tournament.
Worth spending out in the blizzard.
Yeah. Again, it helps if you're in that Phoenix boat. Yeah, they've got that new Phoenix payday and an extra $2,500 possible. They could sneak up there into that $20,000 range. Again, all of our sponsors that help these guys help us out. If you got a Phoenix boat, if you got Garmin electronics, if you've got a Yamaha on board, or if you have maybe even your big bite baits, kicking back, different contingencies, several different things. Get your, boat finance or America's First Federal Credit Union. That's $1,000 right there. Again, you're going to finance it through them, and give yourself a chance at each and every stop. Mountain Dew Big Bass, worth money. Again, then that's doing what you're supposed to be doing anyway, and that's catching big bass on these various Alabama lakes. See the move now back to the jerkbait. Going a little shallower as well. So it is. Sometimes you just can't get stuck, and I say it's a rut, but you can't get stuck doing the same old, same old. They didn't have any luck with the crankbait until they did.
right? So, but you have to have it in the water to make a difference. If you're saying, okay, I was only catching them on a shaky head all day, and you're sticking with the shaky head and not getting results, that one little change, going to the crankbait, going to the jerkbait, that could make the difference, and it did. That's what got them their 5th fish by cranking that last one in. I see a worm tied on back there as well, maybe an option sometime during the day. If they want it, they got it there ready to give it to them. They reacting to that thing at all?
Follow everything I throw.
So they're getting the chasers, just not getting the takers. I said earlier I thought the sun was going to come out, saw one little brief moment. It has done anything but come out. It's back to extremely overcast, still cold. I don't know what the actual temperature Kay's in the studio. I know it's like 70, 72 in there. It's got to be at least 42 out here. I've just got word that it's 74 inside Kay's studio, so it is starting to warm up, but that electric blanket and heater is really paying off. I'm sure Kay misses these days of being out on the water, not feeling your fingers, making those runs in the rain. And that is the one thing, rain is possibly in the forecast as the day progresses. It's supposed to pick up. I don't think it's supposed to do anything until about 11 or noon to even have even a little bit of a chance out here. But by the time weigh in, we could have some rain. Rain's not necessarily a bad thing for anglers. It's not a fun thing for anglers. You see moving to the little bit bigger crankbait at the end of that dock. A little bit of depth off the end there. Don't worry, we didn't catch that on TV.
Yeah.
Going for something a little beefier on the crankbait side. Still getting a little bit of depth. Sometimes casts happen like that, but you know, casting into the wind, that'll happen occasionally. That first cast is always the one that seems to get you. But again, just trying to change it up. You know, even in crank, say it's a lipless, you know, some like certain knocks on a lipless crankbait that's got a rattle in it, you know, whether it be a one knocker or multiples, you know, just something different. And if you find that something that they want, doing something different, then that could be key, because then you could hopefully duplicate it somewhere else. Sorry. For those fans watching at home, remember you could watch it on Bally Sports Southeast April 16th and the 23rd for the re-air. We'll get other cameras up. We might hot pockets in a bit and see if we can find somebody else catching them. A lot of head shaking.
Let's see, there's a bunch of them.
They going after herring or shad?
I don't see the bait. I just see fish. I saw one little ball of shad probably 100 yards back there. I saw the herring the way they're acting. I haven't saw the herring yet.
Those of you just now joining us, welcome to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. We're at Smith Lake, the first stop of 5 North events. Kick off the 10th season of the Alabama Bass Trail. Glad you could be a part of it. I got to call out 225 boats this morning. One of them being boat number 211, last year's champion. Smith Lake winners here, Damian Willis, Tyler Cocker. They do have a small limit, around 9 pounds in the boat already. The boat just in front of us also has a limit, around 12 or so, maybe a little bit more. This pocket has been productive. There are fish in here, just trying to get them to bite. It's been another story. Kenneth has had some catches as well. I've had a double up this morning. Jason's had catches. Fisher and Naya, Ryan and Naya with some on board today. Cold start, low 40s, about 40 degrees this morning when we took off. It's cold now. K's studio, I do have an update. It is up to 68, 69 degrees inside the studio. So I say warming up in there. It's actually dropped some. She usually likes to keep it around 72 to 74. Jason Durant on board as well. Getting some fish catches, Jason, not only with the video, but I've been hearing that Kodak disc just going crazy today, so you're getting some beautiful shots as well.
Lee Brown and LJ Brown. 139. Got 3 keepers in the box. What's been working this morning, guys? What's been working this morning? What has been working this morning?
Nothing really. Dropping right on top of them. Just caught fish all morning. No size. We've been here all morning.
Y'all been right here all morning?
This is our first stop. Plan to be here the rest of the day.
Okay. So something in practice said stay here.
Oh yeah.
What was that?
We caught some good fish.
Really? What time of day was that? Y'all were catching them? All day. Weather changed it up a little bit maybe?
Yesterday was we shook some good ones off yesterday.
So they're here. We just got to figure out what's going to make them bite. Looks like we got the 1-2 punch going on. The crankbait and a shaky head, I'm guessing, or the Mickey rig.
Yeah, I guess
Looks like we got a long point comes way out right here. Yep, yep. Boat number 139, Lee Brown and LJ Brown, 3 fish in the box. Said they had spent some time here in practice and they plan to stay here the whole day.
$168. Here we are with Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett, boat 168. Got 3 fish in the live well, about 6 pounds. And you see Luke on the front of the deck there. He's looking down at his Garmin live scope. He has seen something out here and threw at it once. Looked like maybe it may have moved and he's looking for it again. So they got 1 3-pounder. So there's some quality fish in here. Needs to get more of those 3-pounders. Move up. See Luke on the front of the deck there reacting negatively. That's twice he's done that, but it's one thing that's happening with this live sonar. We can see how the fish react to our baits, and obviously he had a fish you can see that either probably came up to the bait and turned away from it, the way he was reacting. It can be the frustrating part of this. You can see him, but still has to, you still have to try to figure out how to get him to bite whatever you're throwing at him.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. They were threatening that.
Oh, now they got it at 10.
10? Whew. Boat 139, Lee Brown and LJ Brown. New year, first year team from the Gaston area. Father, son, high school fishing team as well. Said they found a lot of fish right here in practice and they plan on staying here all day long. if you're watching on live, you can see that on the other side of them, it looks like a little sandbar out there. Behind us is the bank. And as we sit here right now, it's really just a little saddle. So I'm sitting in about 2 foot of water. On the other side of that sandbar, look out there, that's the main lake, the main river. As it runs up in here, this sandbar sticks out and it just makes a little saddle. So these fish will get up on both sides of it here. And they're using their live scope to kind of target them as they school by.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Studio. Right now you see boat number 11, Chris Swindle, Paul Ernest. As you saw on camera, we saw them catch back-to-back 3 fish and making a call on that last fish. They're up to 14 pounds estimated. They would be our unofficial leaders at this point. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, come back, get back out on the water, and wrap this thing up. We've got about another 30 minutes out on the water, so make sure to tune back in, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by AmFirst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail. Take a look at these fish in Smith Lake. Boat number 175, Andy Cobb. Normally would have Joe Giovingo on board, but Mickey's having to fill in today. Joe not with us. What happened to him? I heard he had some issues last Friday.
Yeah, he's having some heart issues.
Yeah, I don't have that name right now.
Prayer for him. He's doing better. Like fishing with Mickey, but ready to get Joe back. So, shout out to you, Joe. Hope you get feeling better, buddy.
Yeah, Joe, again, everybody's family on the Alabama Bass Trail. We want you back out here fishing. You can see who caught that. Was it Mickey or were you?
I caught it.
Oh, okay, you did. I was like, if it was Mickey, that could have been Joe. Mickey, what's your last name?
Travis.
Mickey Travis. No relation to Randy, are you?
No.
All right. Go tear it up out there, guys. Now, only one keeper in the boat. You said you had one slot fish?
Yeah, we got one in the slot and then one. I'm going to catch that point right there. One in the slot, and then that one over. So I missed a pretty decent fish early, felt like. It's been a little slow. We didn't have a good practice, so anything's a bonus right now.
What'd you catch that one on?
It's 5.8.
Okay.
Both of them come on 5.8. They tearing it up out there?
I've seen a limit. I've seen a couple of limits, but I don't know if tearing it up is necessarily called, but a limit by 9:30 is a good start.
I would definitely take it right now.
Practice wasn't good. You got one fish. You got the right size on that one. You catch 5 of those, you're doing something. But
we're going to catch them. We just got to figure it out. Just keep running, keep covering water.
What's been your thought process up till now? What have you been trying to target?
Just the points, secondary points. Rock, a little bit of wood.
Well, there's plenty of points, plenty of rock, that's for sure.
There's no shortage of that here.
And wood as well. We'll let you fish. They get our other couple anglers up. We'll bail and find somebody else out there. But good job on catching that single. And again, Joe, we're thinking about you, bud. We want to see you back out here for the next stop. But your alternate's doing a great job.
I think I can catch a piece of fish.
You have anybody up?
Morning, guys. What's your boat number?
Huh?
Boat number.
170.
170. How many y'all got? One. Over, I'm assuming, right?
Huh?
He's an over, right?
No, I wish it was. Kicking 14 3/4 inch.
Yeah. Well, here comes some luck right here. Boat number 170. Matthew Fincher and Jacob Kimbrough just caught one. Was in the slot. They do have one under currently. So it's been kind of tough this morning. In an area where we're sitting on about 4 boats right now, so somebody's caught some fish here at some point. All right, we're going to take a little break here in the action. Get a little word from our sponsors. This is the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, presented by Phoenix Boats, Smith Lake. 225 anglers fishing to take home the big prize today. But here we're going to take a little break. We'll be right back after this.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Busch Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Penny. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats, the first stop of 2023, the North Division.
So North Division regulars, Craig Daniel, Jackie Flack, boat number 193. I pull up and I couldn't hardly tell who you were. You were so wrapped up. It's chilly out here. I always expect y'all to catch fish, and you got 2 in the boat, but these are not the size you're looking for.
No, sir. They ain't. Not yet.
What do you think these 2 weigh?
3.5 pounds. They're just 15 inches.
It'd be nice if you had 2 3.5 pounders.
Oh, yeah. That's what we're fishing for.
What's going on today? What's not been working?
I believe you can catch them any way you want to. But the best way to catch them is just on these little, we call this little clay points. But clay points and in the cut. You can catch them cranking. You go up the creek, catch all you want cranking, but they ain't no size.
Got a little shaggy head on there? So no size up there cranking. You think you can? You seeing fish much? Are you looking at your graph, or you just doing old-fashioned way?
Right now, mostly just fish.
Yeah, it's like it looked like you were just doing it the old-fashioned way.
Well, they're too tight to the bottom right now. It's hard to see them.
We caught them a lot of ways in practice, but just never. We ain't got on no big bunch of them.
Winning fish.
Yeah.
You catch all 2 pounders you want. We just been trying to catch good ones right now. We ain't even went to a better place yet.
All right, we're going to go off air here in just a little bit. Tell me about the better place. What's it? How's it different than what you're doing now?
Just a lot deeper.
What's the depth? It's hard to people understand how deep this lake is, but you could be where you're at right now and be in 40 foot of water. People,
We're 52.
I was trying to make 40 look good, and he says it's 52 instead. So how much deeper is deeper?
I mean, I might be sitting in 100 foot of water going into 50 foot of water.
Right. Why do you think those fish are sitting that deep when I know you like right now?
I don't know. If I knew, I'd catch them everywhere I went, but we just got 3 or 4 little places they get in real good.
These more open water deep fish, or are they in little pockets in the bottom?
In little pockets.
Yeah, down in the bottom of those ditches.
They'll stay in them for about 2 months, and then it kind of peters out.
Yeah, well, keep it up. Keep firing it up. I know you've been doing this a while. Again, Craig Daniel, Jackie Flack don't have the size that they've been looking for. They've been struggling throughout the week, even in practice, getting that size, but they've got another spot they're looking forward to a little bit later.
Robbie, Craig Daniels, Jackie Flack, they were the first team to ever win an Alabama Bass Trail Championship, and it happened on this lake. So I have a lot of faith in those guys. They know this lake probably as good as anyone out there today, and they are in that second to the last flight. So they've got a long day to fish. I think they come in about 4:45 this afternoon. So they've got quite a bit of time to see how things shake out. And like I said, they know this lake as good as anyone out here today. By my records, we showed about 20 teams on Facebook Live, on YouTube today. You were able to catch up with about 20 of our teams, all doing similar things, just different tactics, different baits, and things like that. We're going to get back out on the water for the Bush Light breakdown of Smith Lake, and we're going to talk to, I think we're going to go to Kenneth first. He's going to talk about what he saw today out on the water, and then we'll move on to Jason.
Okay, it's been a cold and cloudy day today on Smith Lake. It has not warmed up at all. It seems like when we've been out here, if anything, it may have gotten a little bit colder. But we started the morning following the Calverts, Shannon and Roman Calvert. These guys have been doing really well the last several weeks. Some major tournaments this past several weeks that they've won. So we started on those guys, following them for the first 3 or 4 spots. They hit one spot where they caught 3 pretty good ones fairly quickly. So when we left them, they had 3 pretty good solid fish for in their live well. I came back in this area. I thought they were back in here, and I came in here. I couldn't find them, so they were here earlier and then they left. So I was trying to get an update on those guys because we expect them to finish out their limit and have a good day. But we also talked to some other teams, seeing a lot of teams using their live scope, looking for these schools of fish that are out here. A lot of them are kind of out in open water, and trying to catch those fish. Saw Luke Kyle, saw some that didn't react well to his bait, got real frustrated. That's kind of the other side of this live target or fishing is it's when those fish don't react to your bait well, it gets really frustrating, and it's kind of hard to stick with it. Sometimes you have to move multiple spots in order to hit the timing just right. I think Kay said we've hit 20 to 25 teams. You know, that's really, there's 225 teams in this tournament, so we've only seen a small amount. So there could be other teams that have caught them really well that we didn't even see on the water. So I'm really interested to see how the weigh-in's going to turn out. Fishing on Smith Lake has been really good the last several weeks. I know it's going to take some good weight to win this tournament. I do still expect it to take at least a couple largemouth for the team to win this tournament. So I'm looking forward to that at weigh-in. So be sure to come back to us during weigh-in. It should be really exciting. I think Jason's up next. So Jason, what have you seen today?
Well, we hopped around a little bit. We made that run to the right, all the way up Ryan Creek. We hopped around on a couple different teams. We finally caught up with the father-son team of Ryan and Fisher Anaya. They said they had hit a couple drains that were dry, so they decided to go out deep and begin to fish for some of their schooling fish. They said they had a lot of schooling fish that they had located, and this wasn't a school that they particularly were planning to stop on because they were waiting for their fish to get better throughout the day. So they stopped there and just began to fish, and we just kind of pulled up on them as well. They finished out their limit while we were there, but like Kenda said, these fish are moving around a lot, and they're using their live scope to try to catch up with them. Ryan even said he wished he had a double-sized trolling motor so that he'd be able to keep up with them because they're moving around so much. They literally kept their heads down. They were making the cast when they saw the fish, and they caught them. So we later caught up with Blake Heiss and Jonathan Collins. You know, last year's winners at Neely Henry, they were fishing pockets, and they were just down the lake from us just a little bit, and they actually boxed one that was an under. So it wasn't really a good sign for them at this point if they're keeping unders, but they're hoping to make out their limit as they begin to upgrade throughout the day. I don't think you're going to definitely be able to win this thing with all spotted bass. It's going to take some largemouth to win this thing. Hope these largemouth begin to bite. The weather's going to change up here in probably just a little bit. It may even start raining, which may turn some of those fish on in a different way for some of these teams. They had planned for it all earlier this week. It's been warm, so a big change today with the weather changing. Here comes the rain where we had sun earlier this week. So I'm definitely thinking some of these teams are going to turn on later this afternoon, and we got a full day of fishing left for them to be able to bite. Robbie, tell us what's going on your side of the lake.
Yeah, I know. I've just been hopping around. You got to be at the right place at the right time. We've seen guys out in the open water, you know, chasing fish around. Some of the teams we talked to felt like they needed to be out there in the wind. That's where the bigger fish were going to be, out on the main lake side. But we saw several teams going in there into the pockets. And when I say pockets and you're at Smith Lake, there are a bunch of them. But you got to be in the right pocket. We saw Wesley Sams, Jordan Wiggins had a couple of fish right off the bat in a pocket with a nice little, you know, ditch in the bottom of it. Chasing fish around for a little bit, they bailed. We pulled up to Kiker and Willis, last year's winner at Smith. They were in a pocket. They had 4 fish. We saw them catch their 5th. Really weren't around the right size. They're able to see these fish, but getting them to bite has been another story. And in that same pocket that we saw Kiker and Willis, we saw boat number 11, Chris Swindle, Paul Ernest, unofficially our leaders. They had 14 pounds in there. We saw them catch 3, 4 fish. They keep upgrading. Again, there were 3 different boats of the ABT in that pocket. One of them was really catching them. And again, you got to be at the right place at the right time. They can see the fish. They need to get them to bite. And then the big ones. Even those guys felt like they needed at least 1 largemouth to win this tournament. So 14 pounds, I got to see it. I see double ups. And if they're catching fish when I'm watching, I know there's got to be at least 220 other boats out there catching fish today. And we'll find out starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Kay.
All right, everyone.
Looks like that's going to be
I'm
about
Kate Donaldson again.
Sorry,
Thank you for
Kate, you
tuning in to the Alabama Bass Trail Live presented by Black Rifle Coffee. We'll be back here at 3 o'clock. If you're coming out, please bring your lawn chairs and your umbrella. We'll be back.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, has been brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Fish Alabama, Alabama State Parks, Amherst Federal Credit Union, by Mountain Dew, by Garmin, TH Marine, Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Jax, Bill Penny Automotive, Wooddowie Marine, Strike King, Luz, by Bahio Sunglasses, and by Bush Light. See more on AlabamaBassTrail.org.